Right, well, much like the abortive Train Simulator Classic video, I have come to terms with the fact that that I can't set everything up in advance because I underestimated how tedious it would be, and so probably some of the setting up you'll be seeing on stream. Well, I just have to do one thing. I'll have to say that again because I was muted. So yeah, um, I underestimated um, how long it would take to set the scenarios up, especially since the plan, at least at first, was to have um, CPU traffic, which has sort of come into effect, although perhaps not to the extent that I was hoping for. But it means that I've not only have I not set up the Mallard scenario yet, so when it gets to that point, you'll see me set it up in real time for better or for worse. But I also need to take screenshots of the rolling stock for the Flying Scotsman scenario to put into Photoshop. There's that. Might as well, just so it's not complete and utter silence, turn the in-game or the desktop audio on. I know I've said this before, but I really don't like how the consist editor makes everything dark, because it just means that I've got to brighten it up in Photoshop. In fact, I might as well show you how dark the consist editor is. Now, bear in mind that's supposed to be teak, so a sort of in-game would appear as a sort of orangey colour. It's just a dark brown, which isn't great. To the request drawings. Well, it's just I've been so busy I haven't had the time to do it, but the coloured versions will happen. Yeah, I can find the one I was after. Was it not any of these? Well, this doesn't make any sense. The coach I had in mind has the word first in its name, and it's just not showing up for some reason. No, it's not any of them. Here it is. And that was because the hyphens between the word first, so as far as it was concerned, the word first doesn't actually show up. I think the break was from the same set, I think. But actually, it may have been one of the. I want to say it was actually this that was the break. And with that, I might as well have it so that it's recording Photoshop now instead. You can already hear Gordon whinging. Yeah, well, it's going to be Flying Scotsman rather than Gordon, but same difference, I suppose. If it was Gordon, it would be the same effect. Right. So, once again, I'm going to get a sequence. Because I think there's 7... Why is there only 6 images? What have I not taken a picture of? Was it the... I think I may have neglected to take a picture of the football saloon. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah, obviously the brake coach is going to be at the back, so it's the first 6 that are going to be reordered. And so start with 3, which was the restaurant pantry car. Let me resize this accordingly. Next is 1, which was the 4-wheel composite. And after that is 2, which is the football saloon. And then is 4, which is the sundry van. And then 6, which is the first corridor coach. No, not that. Yep. And then 5, which is the CCT. And then obviously the brake coach at the end. With what? What's this? So, did I not? Right, that's the right thing. I'll just make sure that that is saved. And I'll quickly make sure oh, there's still a bunch of empty space. Hang on. Also, I've forgotten to brighten the image up. So I'll quickly do that. There we are. Let's see what we're looking at now. No, I can't. And I'll put this down here. In fact, makes sense if the text, no, the text was down here. There we are. If you've got to reinstall this game, you probably make some shunting challenge videos of your own. Yeah, it's good fun. Setting up your own challenges and or doing the challenges that the game gives you as well. Right, I want to go back to No. Go back to recording this. And we can get to the first of the shunting challenges. No, I'm not going to find it there. These are going to be taking place in the Newcastle to York route, because I don't have a lot of routes set on the LNER region, to be honest. I need to get some. I don't know if there's a maybe like a third party DLC or mod that makes the Newcastle to York route a bit more like it's set in the Steam era, or like the LNER era. And also yeah, here's a CPU controlled engine just leaving the yard with a short freight train. But that's not important right now. What's important is the Flying Scotsman. How did I react when the Wellsworth and Sudbury engine's names got revealed and I actually got a name right, or a wrong engine but still the right name? What do you mean how Wellsworth and Sudbury number 4 is called Willie, and I made number 1 Billy? Well, yeah, you can hear my thoughts in the video I did on Aubrey and Rika. Suffice to say, I think my initial reaction was, oh great, now I'm going to get actually in the comments for the rest of my life. But there's no point crying over spilt milk, I think was my ultimate reaction. So it's probably, I think we've learned from other shunting challenge videos that it's best to work backwards. So we start with the brake coach and then basically shunt other coaches onto the same line as the brake coach. So after the brake coach, or before the brake coach, is the CCT, which is over here. Well, lots of parcels and milk churns inside. And you know, we need to get to that, which means shunting this little runt, as we can see, into another siding where it won't be in the way, which will probably be this shed berth. So I'm gonna. Oh, you're not. Oh no, hang on. Oh, for a second, I thought I'd forgotten to make the engine drivable, but no, it's because I'd already it was already selected. Also, purists might get a bit annoyed, but I am going to be playing in with simple mode, not advanced, because I am a pathetic baby who doesn't know how to drive trains. And we're going to get Flying Scotsman started. Slightly anachronistic because he's got the smoke deflectors and the 2 tenders, but that was just to make it look more like the version that appears in Thomas. Okay, as of now, you're reinstalling Train Simulator Classic so you can make a shunting challenge video, so look out for it. No, if I remember, I will make sure to check it out. Maybe in another stream you can remind me. Alright. So, with him out of the way, we can switch the points onto this line so they can couple up to the truck and send him into the siding or into the shed. And that's not going to help. I had the brakes still applied. We had the third WNS engine named Willie, and when we got the fourth engine used canonically named Will. Well, I called the third one Wesley, if I remember correctly. Oh, there, am I approaching this too fast? It doesn't want to stop. Maybe I should use the handbrake. Oh, no derailment has occurred, but I am just sending the truck flying. So I'm going to try and approach it at a similar speed to it, and in the hope that I can couple up to it. Although for some reason it doesn't want to show up in the whatchamacallit, in the coupling thing, even though I am quite clearly coupled right up to that. What's going to happen now? Is it just going to... Oh, that's a relief. I was worried that it was going to phase through the buffers and immediately get a game over, which has happened to me in the past. But no, we are safe. Well, we will be as long as the... oh, there we are. The truck has stopped. So with that, we can get to the CCT. I didn't know the Flying Scotsman had the secondary whistle. Flying Scotsman sucks at shunting. Well, yeah, he's... I guess he's not really suited for the job. He's too fat. He needs exercise. Right, so we need to shunt the CCT onto, well, in front of the brake coach. There's going to be a slightly odd-bod passenger train when it all gets shunted together. Also, I might end up brutally abusing the save feature, just so that we don't have to start from the beginning if I screw up. This is why when I make your video, you'll be driving a tank engine. Yeah, well, yeah, tank engines are more suitable, but I've already shunted as Thomas and Lady and Smokey Joe. Well, that was a bit weird. It jumped. And I also shunted as Edward, who was slightly more manageable when it came to shunting. But I wanted to try something a bit out of the ordinary and have some large tender engines do a bit of shunting. Right, so how am I going to get to where I need to be? I think I'm going to have to pick up this van, which I think is part of our train. I think it's the Sundry van, and also that truck. I might check to see what. Actually, no. No, that wouldn't work, would it? Also, is this going to stop? What I may do is park the CCT here and then shunt these shunt the truck into somewhere where it won't be in the way, and put the sundry van somewhere where I can pick it up later. So the sundry van is it's between, can't really see that, it's between the regular composite coach and the football saloon coach, which is the sort of more darkly coloured one. So yeah, I'll shunt the CCT over here for now, and we can pick up after the other after the offending pieces of rolling stock on the line blocking our way have been sorted out. In fact, well, that's the restaurant car. But maybe I could... Actually, no, I couldn't. I'm sure I can find somewhere to put the sundry van. Right. And Flying Scotsman is a Cuphead boss. Now, I'll be honest, as much I've not played Cuphead, as much as I like the art style, I think it's cool that they managed to make a video game that looks like an old 1930s cartoon. Now, I didn't like the fact, I think when it was revealed to be a boss rush game, I think I kind of lost interest, because I was hoping it would just be like a platformer or something. And this probably comes from the fact that I am terminally Sonic-brained, and the bosses in Sonic games are never the highlight. And not most of the time, anyway. I think I just kind of puts me off to like side-scrolling boss rush games. Man, these big engines don't stop on a dime like the little ones do they? I've got to go further. I've got to... Hang on, I've muffed it up. I've got to take this line here and then back down. Imagine the wonderfully weird world of Gumball and a Thomas and Friends collab. I mean, who knows? Maybe it can happen. I've not watched the latest series of Gumball. Now, I should probably rewatch the whole series, to be honest, because it's been a long time since I watched any episodes, and I very rarely watched. It's very rare that I watch TV these days, but I think last night I saw a promo for BBC iPlayer that included clips from the Amazing World of Gumball, and so I guess BBC iPlayer has access to some of the episodes. So maybe that's a place to start. Who knows? I'd have to check. And like I said in the video from a couple of days ago, I want to watch iPlayer to watch some of the Spider-Man films. I've not watched Brand New Day, but like I said, I watched before they went on to iPlayer, I watched the Sam Raimi films, and I want to watch like some of the other Spider-Man films that are currently on iPlayer up until I think I think they're still on for another 12 days or so. I think I'd quite like to watch the Spider-Verse films because I have somehow never watched them in full, and I think I'd really enjoy uh, the craft that goes into them, or really appreciate the craft that goes into them, and enjoy the films as a result. Right. Well, let's couple that up. Oh god, it really did jump then, didn't it? Oh god. This is like in the deputation where it says Percy jumped, some trucks went flying. I think that's what they were referring to. Right. So I want to put these somewhere. I mean, what I could do, looking at it, is shunt them both into here. Or I could, at the very least, I could shunt the truck into the shed berth, and then maybe put the sundry van somewhere else. I have a thought of doing drawings of the Coldy Fell engines to add to my series. Yeah, at some point I'd like to do ones on the Coldy Fell diesel engines that have recently been revealed to exist. I suppose the issue is, I guess I said this before, I think due to the because I think it was even stated in one of the law books that the reason why the Coldy Fell only got one book is because of the safety regulations that were the much stricter safety regulations that the Coldy Fell Railway has. That means potential for stories is limited. I'm sure I could do something with the diesels though. Although another thing is like making sure they're all distinct. I'm sure I can find ways of doing that. If I could make the coffee pots distinct, then I'm sure I could do the same with the Coldy Fell diesels. If cranky bugs happened in the Railway series, Thomas and Percy would have been replaced with Bill and Ben, and Gordon and James replaced with maybe Donald and Douglas. Yeah, possibly. Because if it's going to be at Brendam like Cranky is in the show, then I guess Brendam pretty much is. Or I guess I guess those engines probably are the best alternatives. Right. So let's head back t'other way. Is Gordon even still an A3 in the Railway Series? Because he got some weird two-cylinder rebuild at Crewe in the Railway Series canon. Well, I guess if we want to be pedantic, he was never an A3 because he came to Sodor as an A1, as in the Gresley A1, not the Peppercorn A1. And he never got the A3 rebuilds that his brothers got. And yeah, then he got rebuilt at Crewe, which may not have been the proper Doncaster job, but it serves. God, it takes ages for him to get started after coming to a stop. I think we might have to rename Flying Scotsman to the Dawdling Scotsman. Oh, in your series, Gordon did get rebuilt into an A3. Ah. I apologise, I misunderstood. Huh? What do you mean? You can't you can't do that. And the worst thing is the last time I saved was about a year ago. So I apologise, but you're going to see a bit of repetition. Flying Scotsman's nameplate always looked like it said Flying Scotsman. Yeah, I guess it's just the way they drew the letter G. I feel like with a lot of old signage, especially in the UK, I noticed that the letter G is written that way with the where it's basically a C but with a vertical line at the bottom rather than the vertical and horizontal lines. Because normally when you write a G, it's either a C with just a horizontal line at the bottom, or with like almost like a small letter T at the bottom. Whereas do you mind? The chime whistle sounds so damn good. That's why Gordon has one in your series. Yeah, I feel like Gordon must have got a new whistle at some point because there's no way. If it's written in the books as poop poop, then there's no way his whistle sounds like this. Yeah. So we figured out that we need to put the CCT in here for now, whilst we clear up the line that it needs to travel down. What's your opinion about City of Churros' 100-mile-an-hour record? Part of you wants to believe it was a marketing stunt. I mean, it's possible. Well, that was some sort of alarm. Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem is that I was neither at the time it happened. I was neither in the area nor was I born, so I can't really say either way. What actually, I think in order to make room for the other thing, we need to move it back a bit further, don't we? I don't know why it makes those weird noises when it comes to a stop. I wasn't doing that before. It does seem a lot quieter now now that I've restarted the game, or restarted the session. I don't know if that's a glitch. This game is certainly no stranger to those. So I'll make another save before I forget. Would I make more translate 100 times Thomas videos? I could make Boko, Bill, and Ben. I probably will do more because it's just it's just an easy thing, an easy thing to do. It's basically, as long as there are characters that I haven't done, I can keep doing more videos in that style. Is it coming from here? The weird alarm noise. Also, when we get to the Mallard session, the A4s, the Caledonia Works A4s, do control slightly different to the A3s, so I have to remember that, because I think I have to press a certain button. That's not letting me couple. Why is that? It's still not letting me couple. This could lead to an issue. If I can't do that. There we are. Oh dear. Oh no, I'm approaching it too fast. Oh. Oh. Well, nothing's derailed. I just got to hope that... Alright, that'll do us, I think. I think the trucks are safe there. And now I just got to, once again, try and move the sundry van into somewhere where it won't be in the way for the time being. Maybe I can try making a crossover drawing with Thomas and Tugs. I probably will at some point. And I think definitely Puffer and Little Owl in the Thomas style at some point. It might be one of those things that I initially do as Patreon exclusive videos, and then when I've got enough material for a full length video, I can make it public on the channel. Was the one thing I was thinking of doing for maybe like early access Patreon content is like maybe taking some of the characters that I've created in my video, either created or sort of put my own spin on in my videos, and make what if merchandise about them, not just Matchbox and Micro Machines, but also like real Thomas merchandise lines like Ertl and Tommy and Wooden Railway and Take Along and stuff like that. And again, it'll probably be one of those things where at first they'll just be like one model per video on the Patreon account, and then when enough time has passed and I've made enough of them, I'll do like a video editing them all together. So like 98462, what if there was merchandise of 98462, and then put that on the channel and stuff like that. Obviously enough time has to have passed in order to make it seem like the joining the Patreon is worth it. And again, it's not launched yet, but the plan is to launch it soon. It's not just a pipe dream. It is happening. I'll say that. If I give myself enough room here, I might end up nudging. Yep, I've nudged, or in other words, rammed the CCT. So hopefully all the parcels and milk churns are intact. That we can check. Oh, it's empty. It wasn't empty before. That's weird. I'm going to make a save here, just in case the game tries any of its tricks again. Right. So I'll put the sundry van in this shed, let's say. And then we can pick it back up when we need it. Have I made an LMS Fowler dock tank character? No, not yet. There's a possibility that maybe at some point I'll find an excuse to include one in one of my videos. Tomis the Big Family not only copy Tommy Playrel and Thomas Big Loader series, but they have their own tooling with the same sinister face playing happy music. I do remember I forget if it was the Tomis and Family series of bootlegs, but there was one which gave all the characters this same bizarre looking face with like strange dilated pupils, which looked a bit weird. I remember, I think years ago, Leo Kim Video did a video on a knockoff Big Loader set, and I remember thinking at first the decorations on the parts almost looked better than the real thing, and then I saw the faces, and it was like, ugh. No, the official version is definitely better. Plus, it actually runs correctly. And, speaking of running correctly or incorrectly, I have noticed that the newer motorized trains are a bit sluggish compared to the older stuff. because a couple of I can't remember if I mentioned this on stream or not, but a couple of weeks ago, I went to Trains and Bricks, the physical Tootley Thomas store, and bought a bunch of the new 2026 stuff, including the track pack with the plastic Percy, and I tried. Well, I ran some of the. Well, I'm currently in the motorised range. I've only got Thomas and Rosie, but I ran them on there. When going up the hill, they didn't come to a stop when pulling 2 trucks, but they didn't seem to like it very much. So possibly there are things you can do to service the motorised trains, but I think I do like the look of the new motorised trains, but I think Trackmaster 2, as ugly as it was, perhaps had the edge in regards to actually being able to run on their own track. Thomas with a moustache just looks wrong. Yeah, I remember the version of the big loader with a moustache, or where Thomas had a moustache. Which I can't. Did I say this on a different stream where I said that? Where I said something like, I remember when Leokin Video did a video on them, I was like, I remember thinking they look like I don't know, like Italian gangsters, or like they were in the mafia or something. Which is a bit odd. How'd I change Edward Strikes Out? Well, I did do a video on model series rolling stock in the TV series style, where I sort of adapted Edward Strikes Out if it were a railway series story. It's basically James in place of Edward, sort of not or sort of not being able to come to terms with the fact that he's getting older, and the fact that the breakdown train, aka the thing that, aka the the thing that helped him back on the track on his first day, is being replaced with a new breakdown crane, is kind of what really makes him start feeling anxious about his age and stuff like that. And that's why he's sort of sees Rocky as newfangled nonsense, and tries to use the old breakdown train to rescue Gordon, before finally realizing that he needs to get Rocky. Your ideal railway series illustration would have Clive Spong doing the proportions, Edgar Hodges doing the faces, Gunter and Peter Edwards doing the details, and John Kenny doing the colours and the scenery. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty good combination. No love for Dolby, though? I mean, I guess well, I guess it's all just a matter of opinion. I've said this in the past, but sometimes I'll be apprehensive towards saying what my favourite of a certain thing is, because I go through different phases of having different favourite type of something. There's it's possible that I do have an actual favourite, but I just either don't know what it is or just can't put into words why it is that I prefer it. I spawn Gordon, please. Well, I don't have a Gordon in Train Simulator Classic. There isn't a. I mean, there isn't a like a version of. There isn't a Gordon mod that's like the Thomas, Lady, and Edward mods that I've used in the past. Not yet at the moment. And there is a Gordon reskin which uses this, but it requires the B1, the tender, which I don't currently have. Maybe someday I will do a video featuring that Gordon reskin and splash out the cash and buy the Caledonia Works B1. Because it's not as if I'm never gonna use the B1 for anything. I'm sure I'll get a lot of use out of it. I mean, the alternative is I just make my own Gordon reskin. Although it's been a long time since I reskinned or rescan or whatever the past tense of reskin is. It's been a long time since I did that in Railworks. Right. So what's next? It's the first class coach, which is, well, it's behind the restaurant car. And the restaurant car is at the front of the train. So I've got to move the restaurant car into a siding where it won't currently be in the way. How am I doing so far, Rectaljet? Well, I've managed to shunt I managed to shunt two vehicles together. We've just got 2, 3, 4. We've just got 5 to go, and then we can go for a short run up the line. I probably won't do the whole Newcastle to York route because we'll be here forever. Right, where do we? So I want to pick up the restaurant coach and put it probably here. That's a nice empty siding. So is that set right? Yeah. Yeah, these are all set right, I think. And we can, oops, help if I was going the right way. I'm going to make other talking trains media in Thomas style. Yeah, well, if people have been asking for Titipo, or however you say it, in the Thomas style, and if I have to watch some episodes, I'm sure they can't be too difficult to find. I don't. I know it's a Korean show originally, wasn't it? I don't know how easy the English dub was to find if there was an English dub. I was running away. Come back. Oh no. Right, approach it slowly. There we are. And pull it away. But yeah, I can do. I'm sure I can do Titipo in the Thomas style, and I'd like to do Sammy the Shunter and Chuffalong in the Thomas style, and vice versa. I know that Sammy Gets Streamlined was, I think it's now on archive.org, which I can get behind. The Sammy books haven't been published for many decades, so I don't see the harm in archiving them. It's better that than then all of the Sammy the Shunter books getting bought up by AI companies to scan the pages and then destroy them, which isn't great. So I'll make another save. I was imagining what the coil book trains would look like in Thomas. What's coil book? I'll have to check what that is. Oh right, yeah, I've seen these characters before. Well, who knows? Maybe I can do something with them. Well, that's no. You've been too eager. You've stopped too early. Right, you can stop. If I want to work Porter into the Railway series, it could be a Great Western 1366, whatever the saddle tank was class work for an alternate basis for him. Well, I mentioned this in the Derail Valley stream, but I think, not to spoil too much, but I think I'm going to have it so that Porter is Strasbourg Thomas, and he was like a fan of the Railway series before um, becoming a Thomas impersonator or a Thomas tribute act or whatever the because I in an earlier stream I remember comparing Day Out with Thomas replicas to the Elvis impersonators. So perhaps that's actually it's occurred to me I haven't put on a head code for Flying Scotsman. So I think one light needs to be white and one needs to be red, doesn't it? So I think that's correct for shunting. Don't quote me on that. And we'll change the head code to something appropriate once we've got the train shunted together and we're ready to bring it to the station. Right. I've only seen the Flying Scotsman once in real life. I can't remember if I told the story of me seeing the Flying Scotsman, but it was last year, actually, when the Flying Scotsman was at the Nene Valley Railway. And I remember travelling to Peterborough with the sole intention of um, with the sole intention of getting to see the Flying Scotsman. And the funny thing was, when I heard the whistle blow, I was just like, "Wow, it sounds just like how it sounds in Train Simulator Classic." Well, of course it does, because it's the same engine. Do I refer to the Flying Scotsman as a he or a she? I normally say he. I know that the typically steam engines will get referred to as a she in real life, um, regardless of what their name implies. I remember thinking it was weird because I remember I used to have a lot of like train documentary VHS tapes when I was when I was a kid, and there was one about British steam engines in London and the south of England, and it was sort of like a through the ages type thing where it started out with like 1930s archive footage and then went to um then slowly progressed to present day, or present day. When I say present day, I mean the 90s, because that was when the tape was made. And they had a bit on one of Flying Scotsman's rail tours, and I remember being surprised that they called, or sort of found it odd that they called Flying Scotsman a she in the documentary. And I was thinking, if it was a she, then surely it'd be the Flying Scots woman. But no, that's just how people refer to steam engines. Oh, oh, ah, gotcha. Right, now to couple this up to the rest of the train. The rest of the train currently consisting of one coach and one van. Well, you can go faster than that. You think Duncan gets spooked would work better with Lord Harry in Duncan's role, and it could have taken place between Danger Points and Devil's Back? Yeah, perhaps. And the ghost engine would have been Godred, I'm guessing. And maybe that's the way of working it into the Railway series. I think when it comes to the TV series, I doubt they'd have made a whole um, or made a whole Goldie Fell Railway fleet for just to tell that story. I'm sure they could have told the other mountain engine stories as well. try not to approach this too slowly, and I will make another save. I discovered this Canadian Quebec cartoon called Lotus A Cali. I'll have to check what that is. Have I heard of it? No, this looks completely unfamiliar to me. Well, it looks sort of interesting. I don't know if there's an English dub or an English sub. I don't think I'm approaching this too quickly. Well, the coupling was still a bit on the violent side, but we have successfully coupled 3 coaches. So now is time for the next one, which is, I believe, the Sundry van. So I'll make sure these points are set right. Means I've got to go back onto this head shunt and into this siding over here. This siding even. Gordon. Why the fuck is my brother shunting? He's shunting because no one else will. All the tank engines feel like they've been hard done by. So the tender engines are having to shunt their own trains. That's why we saw a J50 leave with the goods train at the start of the session. He was packing his bags and leaving, I think. Right. I'm going to make another save here because well, for those of you who have only just tuned in, earlier in the stream I went onto this siding and it claimed that I'd caused a derailment even though I wasn't anywhere near the end of the line. Go. Yep, they're all set correctly. Which makes sense because I haven't been on any of these sidings since putting the Sundry van in there in the first place. kind of agree with Gordon. With tender engines not shunting. British tender engines weren't designed to shunt. That's why the tank engines exist, to do that sort of job. Yeah, I suppose. I think James could conceivably shunt, and maybe even Henry. Well, I guess Henry in his new shape, maybe not in his old shape, but Gordon. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he doesn't care for shunting. Was a Rex one question. What do I think of the NWR engines in their old liveries before the NWR colours? I mean, some of them are interesting. It could be an idea for a future video, like Thomas in LBSC. Well, if we're going to be accurate to real life, it would be Thomas in LBSC black rather than green. And then Edward in Furness Railway red, and Gordon when he was young and green. So yeah, it could be an idea for a video, maybe even an idea for a series of videos. Although a lot of them will be very similar, like Duck and Oliver and Donald and Douglas in their pre-Sodor liveries would be largely the same. I mean, Donald and Douglas would be black rather than blue, but we saw them in the black livery when they first appeared. Imagine Whiff being a 440. It could be like Old Victor, like one of those Scottish 440 tank engines, or maybe one of the maybe even one of the North London Railway 440 tanks. I always thought were quite interesting to look at, especially the one with like the sort of cutout part of the tank where you could see like the upper part of the wheel. You're going the wrong way. Stop! You're going the wrong way. Thomas would have been either 105 or 106. Because you couldn't have been 100 to 104 because they didn't have the extended tanks. And I think 107 to 109 were built too late. Isn't it? I want to go down this line. I'll probably make another save just in case I end up approaching the rest of the train too fast. I end up crashing. Thomas was probably 106, since he said in Thomas and the Trucks he'd never pulled trucks, and 106 shunted coaches at New Cross Shed and 105 called short distance goods trains. It's possible he's 106 then, although you'd think that if Thomas helped to build the Northwestern Railway, surely he'd pulled trucks before the events of that story. Oh dear, oh dear. Come on. There we are. What's next? Next is the football saloon coach, whatever it's called. So this one over here. I don't think there's much getting in the way of us putting that onto the train, which is what we in the trade call frickin' sweet. Hi everyone, you're late. Well, you haven't missed too much, just Flying Scotsman getting his train together and allegedly causing an AI collision in the process. I don't think it's just a case of Train Simulator Classic being a bit senile with old age, because it's not the newest of games, even though it does still get updated now and then. Train derailed due to AI collision. Sure thing, Grandad. Let's get you to bed. Is that set right? Yeah. On that. Yep. That. Yep. That. Nope. But now, yep. Imagine a Great Northern Atlantic 442 being on Sodor. Well, I'm sure Wild Nor'Wester would be happy to tell you how that might work out. There's Tom's Friends and My Singing Monsters collab. What's My Singing Monsters? I feel like I've heard the name before. I don't really know what it is. Oh, I don't. Something I'm not particularly familiar with. It's like Moshi Monsters, but slightly uglier. I'm not particularly familiar with Moshi Monsters either. There we are. Now to shove this onto the train. I heard of Our Real Monsters. Yeah, that was made by the same people who did Rugrats. I remember that show. Well, I say I remember. I didn't really watch it all that much. A bit of a common theme with most Klasky Chupo cartoons, aside from Rugrats. Although I do remember, I swear there was an episode of Rugrats where the characters from Our Real Monsters show up. Which I thought, even if I didn't really watch Our Real Monsters that much, I always thought it was like a uh, cool little thing, like it was a shared universe or something. It's always nice seeing characters cross over from one show to another, which I think I said in the Underground Ernie video. Well, I remember I always enjoyed it when I um, I'm trying to think of examples that I didn't mention in that video. I'm thinking of just when characters from one show just like make a brief appearance in another show, like when Dexter appeared in a couple of episodes of the Powerpuff Girls and stuff like that. He was also in an episode of I Am Weasel, which I'm just now remembering. I think it was something about the retirement home for old cartoon characters, and he was in his old man Dexter form. And he was also, I didn't Dexter appear as a balloon in an episode of Codename Kids Next Door? Mostly, he showed up in a lot of other Cartoon Network shows. When the background character in Billy and Mandy looked suspiciously SpongeBob-ish. Yeah, if I remember right, that was one of the episodes written by C.H. Greenblatt, who worked on both shows. Oh, please stop. Oh, no. Oh, you rotter. That was utterly uncouth. Well, I think it was the last time I saved was fairly recently. So we shouldn't have to go back too far. If I can, there we are. Right, let's try again. No, I didn't really like the Wild Thornberrys, but they did a Rugrats crossover film. Oh yeah, I remember. Well, I remember seeing TV spots for it. I don't think I ever watched the crossover film. Oh no! Oh, this is going back ages. Well, maybe not ages. I think it's not too far. Not too bad. Yeah, to be honest, the main thing I remember about the Wild Thornberrys and Rugrats crossover, or Rugrats Go Wild, I think it was called, is that obviously because Eliza from the Wild Thornberrys can talk to animals, they had to give Spike a voice. So they gave it to Bruce Willis, and I think there's an interview with Bruce Willis about about his involvement with the film, and I think he just said something like, "Well, you see, the thing with Spike is that he's a dog, and dogs don't normally talk." He's just he just couldn't think of anything to say. It's probably a pointless place to say, but I'm gonna do it anyway because that's the crazy kind of guy I am. You looked away for half a second. How did I derail? I'm going to blame the game. Naughty game for making me derail. It's not my lack of care at all. No, not too. Don't get too eager. Well, now I can once again pick up the football coach, or whatever it was. The thoughts on Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids. It's a show and a book made by Jamie Ricks. Yeah, I can't say I ever read the books as a kid, but I did watch the show every now and then. I always thought it was quite interesting. In fact, I did bring the show up in one of my old videos where I talked about the sad story of Henry and how it's sort of they're quite different from your average Thomas story because it's more of a cautionary tale, and compared it to Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids. I'm trying to think of the episodes that stuck with me the most. I think I always think of the one where the like a child becomes like a marionette or something, and he is but the strings are like the strings end up getting baked into his body or something, so he can't just pull them out, and if someone cuts the strings off, it means he'll die or something. I swear that was an episode. I just remember thinking, ugh. Glad that's not me. Don't run away. There. I'll save it again. Thomas helping build the railway will probably be shunting wagons at Vickerstown. And Edward said in The Adventure Begins that pulling trucks and shunting trucks are not the same thing. Oh yeah, I suppose he was probably just putting trains together for Edward, and maybe some of the other engines like the coffee pots and the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines and whatever loaned engines they had from the Midland and Furness railways. Always makes me think, do you reckon that if the Reverend Audrey had like gone back and like revisited like the sort of 3 railway engines era, do you reckon that he would have retconned the likes of 98462 and 87546 to be Midland railway engines or Furness railway engines, as opposed to the larger looking engines that they are in the original illustrations? So possibly, as far as Audrey is concerned, 98462 is like a Midland Railway compound or something, which is a bit weird to think about. Gruesome Tales for Gruesome Kids. Such dark elements like body horror makes Tugs look sanitized in comparison. Yeah, I suppose Tugs isn't really horror, is it? It's but you are correct. It is crazy some of the stuff they managed to get away with in that show. I guess it was sort of from that era of where scaring kids straight was considered a recommended form of getting them to behave. All right. Oh, please. I beg. I beg. So if I do that before I start accelerating. Yep. There we are. So next is the four-wheeler, which is over here. So I'll pick that up. Oh, the Inside Out Boy. Oh yeah, that was a Nickelodeon interstitial that I remember quite fondly. I think it was because the Inside Out Boy, even when I was watching Nickelodeon, it was really old. I think 1989. Yeah, they were still airing that on Nickelodeon, at least in the UK in the 2000s. You doubt Audrey would go so far as to retcon an entire engine class. I feel like having northeastern engines was always part of the plan. We didn't have a specific intentions on what they were. But the thing is, 98462 didn't, and 87546 they didn't have bases, and at the time, through Three Railway Engines was written, and I think even when it was re-illustrated, I think Audrey hadn't fully started embracing the idea of basing characters directly on real engines, which is why the first 6 engines or so don't quite look like what they're allegedly based on, because at the time they weren't based on anything. So it's possible, but you don't think Wilbur Audrey would think twice about 98462 and 87546 being based on Midland or Furness Railway engines? Possibly. Imagine an alternative timeline where the Thomas and Friends creators decided to keep the episode James and Super ED, or Super Ed. Oh well, I'm sure. I mean, a lot of people have had their interpretations on what Super Ed may have looked like, including yours truly. But with only the original script to go off, it's hard to know exactly how the episode would have looked and how the character would have looked. I'll save again, just on the off chance that the weird AI collision glitch happens again. Because there's a different kind of famous vehicle that you want to guest star in, Thomas. Which would you choose first above all else? For example, you choose someone like the Hudson Hornet. Now, are we talking specifically about like non-train vehicles? Now, I'm trying to think. We're talking about real life famous ones, or or do fictional ones count as well? Right, is that right? Yeah. Um, I'm trying to think. 70th anniversary Railway Series collection feels odd, like some illustrations were rescanned and some weren't. Yeah, I guess it's sort of like the restored episode, or the restored versions of Thomas episodes, where some scenes are taken from the original master and some are restored. Plus, the 70th anniversary version of Henry the Green Engine had the wrong cover, which what happened there? Well, it's lucky I saved. Oh no, I don't want to do that. You learned from someone in the comments of a Thomas Theorist vid that the Class 14 diesels are called teddy bears. Yeah, I'd heard of that nickname for the Class 14s, and Super Ed sounds awfully close to Super Ted, who beat Thomas in the 1984 BAFTA. Yeah, was it the 1984 BAFTA, or was it one of the other BAFTAs? Because I seem to remember that one year Thomas lost to Rupert and the Frog Song, or whatever it was called. Which is not the best iteration of Rupert, if I may say so myself. To me, the 90s Nelvana cartoon will always reign supreme. Yeah, I think Super Ted beat Thomas one year. Could have been 1984. Maybe both Thomas and Rupert lost out to Super Ted. Which I do like Super Ted. The thing that always impresses me is, considering it's a TV cartoon from the early 80s, the animation looks pretty good and still holds up in a lot of cases, whereas a lot of 2D hand-drawn TV cartoons from the early 80s, especially the ones being made in like the US and stuff, look a bit crap. Like, there was the sequel series to Super Ted made by Hanna-Barbera in the late 80s, and that looks nowhere near as good as the original show. Your question, you meant real vehicles. If you want to count fictional, then sure. If you're talking fictional, then choose someone like Herbie the car from Smokey and the Bandit. Yeah, I'd have said Herbie. I feel like I must have watched a Herbie film at some point, although I probably couldn't tell you the plot of any of them because it was so long ago. That's because the creator Mike Young wanted to break into America as a TV producer and make Wales the entertainment capital of the UK. Oh yeah, I know that Mike Young definitely got around a bit, and I think some of his later work was produced in the US, or at least outside of Wales. can't remember what else he was involved in. We worked on Once Upon a Forest. That's surprising. And he also did Potsworth and Company, or Midnight Patrol Adventures in the Dream Zone, which was also a Hanna-Barbera thing. I never watched that show, but in the early 90s, I think the Topper and later the Dandy, the comics, had a tie-in comic that ran the I'm not sure if they were adaptations of the stories or original stories featuring the same characters. But that's my main exposure to oh dear, what's happened here? It's not quite multi-track drifting. It's just all just looks a bit crumpled, and appears to be getting worse. Please sort yourself out. Do it for me. Okay, I think it's gotten a hold of itself now. Can I make more Thomas Magazine characters like Daniel, the blue overhauled LMS Black 5 from the magazine story Henry's Hoax? Now, I probably will draw him at some point, as well as the engines that Edward meets at the works in that one story. Is he actually called Daniel, or is that just a fan name? What do I think of Thomas and Friends crossovers with other franchises and musicals? I'm trying to think if they're well, I'm not a massive expert on musicals, to be honest. The tender's going weird again. Well, I think the last musical I watched was West Side Story, but I don't know how you can interpret you can cross that over with Thomas. Can't even remember if there was a train in it. If it was, it wasn't the focus. Should I save again? I thought the water tender was riding up at the back, but I don't think it is. It does look maybe a bit skew-whiff, but that could be my mind playing tricks on me. It's gone weird again. I don't know why it's doing this. Hopefully, when I uncouple it from the coach, it will stop. In fact, I wonder whether I should uncouple it now. Is that going to help? And then recouple it? I don't know. hasn't helped so far. You're afraid that the characters that got revealed to the diecast listing are going to be merchandise exclusive, like take and play models of Stepney, Colden, Class 40, Big City Engine and Hank. I think some of them probably will be, at least at first. Well, I can't imagine that Stepney is going to... if Stepney returns, he'll be in like the first season or special. Right. The question is, are the tenders still going to play up now that I've uncoupled what's it? Yes. Why? I don't know why it's doing this. It's mainly the rear tender that's playing up. Because I can't uncouple the tender from the engine, and I can't uncouple the water tender from the coal tender, because as far as the game's concerned, they are one and the same. I think it's just one coach left, isn't it? Which is this one. So I guess we're probably just going to have to put up with the water tender being weird. Actually, if I quit and go back in, maybe that'll fix the tender. I'd love to see someone write a story about Henry and Murdoch being rivals, and resolve it by stopping in Henry's forest and calling it a truce. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine Murdoch being quite fond of Henry's forest, since he's into the peace and quiet and serenity. I think he'd get get quite a lot out of it. Hooray, the tender's behaving itself now. Huh? Why are we going the wrong way? When's my next drawing video? Probably Monday, maybe Tuesday. What about Thomas and Five Nights at Freddy's crossover? I mean, I can't claim to be much of a fan or expert at Five Nights at Freddy's, so you might have better luck getting someone else or asking somebody else about that. Oh. Thomas has history with Boxhill but not Stepney, despite Boxhill and Stepney being brothers. Well, Stepney and Boxhill probably have had some history together. We just haven't seen it because the stories haven't there hasn't been any stories written about them. And this might be a hot take, but The Small Railway Engines is your favourite Railway Series book because of how the dialogue feels so real and feels like work colleagues having banter with each other all the time. Yeah, I feel like the chemistry between the Arlesdale engines is like quite different from the rest of the Sodor's railways, but in a good way. I might save here. What would my story of Boxhill be like? Well, I probably need some time to figure it out because as surprising as it may sound, I can't come up with story ideas on the spot. It's occurred to me. Yeah, I don't want to run the risk of trying to get through this line. Oh dear! Oh, jumped in the air. Yeah, I take full responsibility for that one because I wasn't paying attention. To Rex, what do I think of Henry meeting Rex, Gordon meeting Bert, and James meeting Mike? I don't know. Maybe they'll think of them as like their miniature versions, and then get annoyed when they don't act exactly like how they do. I can maybe see that more with Gordon and James. I think maybe Henry would get along with Rex. Mind you, was it Rex who said he didn't understand why passengers have an appreciation for scenery, whereas obviously Henry does because he likes the forest. Oh dear. No, 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 no. Oh. Can I couple it? Yes. Right, so what I'm going to do now, before I set off, because actually, no, I take that back. I think if I couple them up again, go up here, and then reverse down this way, I can go across this bridge, and I should be able to head into the station. Well, so here's a here's an well, the CPU controlled train that ended up here. We just it took so long that we didn't pass it on the way. Hopefully it can actually set off. I'll probably coast for a while. Well, that's Alice's basis from Soda the Modern Years. It certainly is. And this building's making alarm noises again. Now, I admit this route is sort of showing its age a bit. There's a lot of places where you feel like there could be a bit more scenery and clutter, but there isn't. No, like I said, I kind of wish I did have more LNER routes in the game, but I think it's pretty much just this route, and it's set in the modern day, so it's kind of not really LNER anymore. Well, I say the modern day, it's well, modern day in terms of either 2007 or 2009, but because if it was modern day, it would be LNER again, because unless Great British Railways now have the franchise. And I'm not entirely sure. My local railway line is still operated by TOC. My big fear is that the franchise for my, or that the license my local TOC won't expire until after the next election, and we'll end up voting in a party that reverses the whole railway nationalisation thing, which ideally I don't want to happen. But probably no use spending the next 3 years worrying about it. Isn't Weardale and Teesdale network also XL in the R? Do I have that route? I'm not sure. Oh, forgot that this has AWF. Though at least that time I could hear it from the outside. Half the time you can't. Did I hear about GBR's AI plan? No? What's that? Probably ought to stop the train while I read this. Also, is that going to put me on the... yeah, that's going to put me on the... No, actually, that's going to put me on the right-hand side, which we don't want. Also, please stop making those noises. I mean, it's kind of vague on what it means by AI. Is it... I don't know if it... Because the thing is... AI is being used as a catch-all term for a whole load of things. And... some of it refers to the generative stuff. Some of it refers to machine learning, which isn't as bad, and some of it just refers to, you know, just stuff that's refers to stuff that's been around in like electronics and machinery for years. Where they're just calling it AI to cash in on the, or to try and make it seem appealing to investors or something, and unappealing to everyone else. But yeah, like I said, I'm not the biggest expert on these things. AWS while shunting, I think it's because we were technically on the main line. I want to see where it's going to take us, because ideally I want to... Oh, bugger off. Ideally I want to be somewhere in the, like, the covered area of the station. See, I think it's going to put us... Well, it's going to put us... by the looks of things, it's going to put us on a line without a platform, which isn't great. Maybe I can reverse onto another line that will be by a platform. I think if I come out this way, reverse onto this line, then we should be able to let the passengers board. Oh, you... What? That's not fair. What happened? It doesn't even look like it is derailed. But presumably there must have been a set of points set against me. Again, I'm not sure when I last saved. It was probably before going onto the main line, probably before shunting the train together, which isn't great. BR Brunswick Green is ugly in your opinion. I think it looks better on some locomotives versus others. Would have been nice if they kept the blue around. I understand that it wasn't economically viable back here, because of course wasn't economically viable to have two passenger liveries, but I think the blue probably looked better on some engines versus the dark green. trying to make the express passenger engines sort of pop a little bit. I've had to ban anyone from my streams. I haven't banned anyone from my streams yet. I have sometimes noticed the odd repetitive comment, or just people asking the same thing over and over again on my stream. So maybe at some point I will have to ban people or time them out. But I've not had instances of like people completely dominating the chat by just spamming rubbish. Oh, nothing derailed. We're safe. Oh, come on. It takes like 5 years before starting up again. Another hit characters in the Railway series. Well, I think the only hit-era characters left are, I think, the ones from Misty Island Rescue and Day of the Diesels, which I will get to at some point. I was thinking, actually, for like a Logging Locos in the Railway series style, maybe I could do maybe I could precede it with like a very casual and relaxed live stream. I basically just weed, like, okay, me in the chat, brainstorm ideas for how Bash and Dash and Ferdinand could work in the Railway series, and then we sort of just like sketching out ideas, and then the actual fully fledged drawings would get their own video, obviously, because it's not the quickest thing to fully like render and color a drawing, and a lot of people, even if they desperately want to see the Logging Locos in the Railway series style, they're probably not going to want to sift through a multi-hour VOD. We're not sure about Bell and Flynn. Now, someone brought up the fact that there was I think a D1 on the London, Brighton and South Coast Railway was like equipped with firefighting equipment or something, and that could be maybe a starting point for like a Railway series Bell. Flynn might be more difficult because I think justifying an American firefighting or American fire engine on Sodor could be difficult. I could just make him a British one. I'm sure it wouldn't kill anyone if I just changed Flynn's basis. I think as long as it still maybe looks a bit like the original Flynn, he's not just a completely different design. I don't know, are there any like Dennis fire engines that look even remotely like Flynn? I could do a very brief search. I mean, most of them don't really have like the sticky out bonnet. Most of them are flat faced, aside from like the really old ones. Maybe Flynn could be like an old fire engine that was sort of rebuilt with new parts, because the people who owned him didn't want to scrap him or something like that. So he's a very old Dennis fire engine that is that has been equipped with, you know, modern features. And then Flynn Jr. could be a more modern British fire engine. The other possibility is that just Flynn was like imported, or like maybe acquired by the Earl on one of his world expeditions, and he was just put into he was just made a member of the Sodor Fire Service. Connor, Caitlin, Porter, Timothy, and Marion. Well, earlier in this stream, I mentioned that I think Porter could be Strasbourg Thomas, and that's his link to Sodor rather than being a Sodor engine. I suggested in the Derail Valley stream that maybe Caitlin could be an engine that like an engine that Duchess of Hamilton met during her trip to the USA. And then Connor, I think people suggested that he could maybe be because he worked on a different railway from Caitlin, so there's no real way that they could have like met during their working lives. I don't think. God, I don't think they'd have worked particularly near each other. So maybe Connor was just a museum piece in like either a British or a Sudrian museum. Maybe again he's part of the Earl's private collection. Maybe he's a whereas the narrow gauge engines run the estate railway, maybe Connor just runs the or maybe Connor is just a static exhibit. Maybe sort of a bit full of himself, so like maybe the narrow gauge engines that sort of, I don't know about, maybe the narrow gauge engines sort of look up to him a bit because they see him as like a really fast express engine, and they tell him about Gordon and Spencer, and Connor's just like, oh, I could have gone faster than them back when I used to work. And because he's no longer in working order, no one can tell if he's bullshitting or not. Right, I think all these are set right. I pray there's not going to be any more derailments. So go to here, and then here. Yeah, it all looks correct so far, except for that. So while I'm here, I'm going to save again. I might bring the regulator down a bit just to, so he's not approaching the station too slowly. How would I fit Ryan in the railway series? I could make Ryan a new build, maybe. I don't know. And still, I still haven't fully figured out what I'm going to do with Ryan yet. Okay, well this is further along than last time, I think. Yeah. So what I'll do is go through the station and then reverse into this platform, and then we should be able to pick up some passengers. And then after we take the Flying Scotsman for a little spin, we can set up the Mallard session, because I didn't manage to get round to it before the stream because I was sleepy and lazy. That's set on, isn't it? I think. Oh dear. There we are. Fix that in a nick of time. Also, is that going to take me to the... Yeah. Right, I think I can set these points to go that way. And I can reverse into the station. Just another look at the other engine. I forgot to give him a head code once again. Also, Flying Scotsman's lost his shunting head code, but we can give him an express head code now, because he's not shunting anymore. I got the train already set and just got back. It only took us 2.5 hours to shunt the whole train. Actually, it's probably closer to 2 hours because we had to do a bit of setting up beforehand. And I didn't start properly streaming until like 10 minutes in, till like 10 minutes after the starting soon slide. So potentially it was close to 2 hours. Right. Is that going to be good enough? If I press T, well, no, it's not. Is there any of the... Oh, yeah. Well, some of the coaches are opening. Including the CCT. I can't imagine that any passengers are going to board that. Lovely blurry painting. Or possibly a photo, I'm not sure. Another blurry image. And more of the same. It's quite a nice seating area. You can put all your belongings on here. And one time I ended up leaving a pair of ear defenders on the train because I put my bag on the rack above the seats and forgot to pick it up on the way out. So I'll never see those ear defenders again. But luckily I've got headphones. So hopefully it's set to go the right way. Yeah, I think we're in decent hands. that. I'm going to press Q when I hear the noise. Oh, brilliant. That's a fantastic view. Yeah, I probably won't do the entire route from Newcastle to York. Just go a short distance. If we derail, we derail. But it might derail quite soon if that curve is anything to go by. That was not the most lenient of curves, but we made it out in one piece. Who's excited for the P2 when it's completed? Yeah, it'd be nice to see the P2 in service when it gets finished. Always nice to see more new build steam engines. There we are. Caution, and I can't read the rest of that. It's that same blurry picture again. How fast are we going? 60 miles an hour in a 40 mile an hour zone, which is perhaps not the safest thing in the world. Oh, well, that was the end of that. Oh, we didn't even get onto the main line. It was just a really long siding. Oh well. Well, I think on that bombshell, I think it's time to set up the next scenario. So I'll go into build. So I'm not sure how long this is going to take, to be honest. Now I'll try and be as quick as I can. So the flying Scotsman scenario was set at Newcastle. So I'll set this one at York. Could have Rhine be preserved as a static display exhibit later restored during the Harwick branch building preparations, and then the events of the Great Discovery and Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure happen. Yeah, that's a possibility. Maybe they restore him like after Walter's already been running the line for a while. I'm trying to remember where the main yard area is. I think it's around here. Hopefully it's not too difficult to go from here to the station. I've got to do all this, the boring stuff with the making the DLC visible. So considering we had Flying Scotsman with coaches, I might give Mallard trucks just to shake things up a bit. And what do I think about the engines having the same name as their designers and builders, like Thomas Billington, Gordon Gresley, Montague Duck Collett, etc.? I think I want to say I may have already mentioned my thoughts. I think it's a decent-ish uh, way of doing things, particularly if you're like making like making human versions of the characters. Right. The first thing, what are these? I don't need them. What I do need is I want the tender, but I think more importantly, I'd want the big man himself. It can't all just be the tenders. I know. Right. So I've got to put some recognizable trucks in random sidings and give them numbers, which I'm currently doing on the drawing tablet, which you can't see, but I promise I am doing it. So I could use some private owners, maybe. So one black park. Probably fill it up. That's the point. Oh, I did. Could make the con flat. One of the trucks to pick up. I think, I forget, is the, do we normally, yes, I think usually when it comes to my goods trains, I give them 9 trucks, including, well, 8 trucks and a brake van. I have a cattle truck as well. Since my mic is quiet, I have turned it up a little bit. It should be fairly audible now. The thing is, I'm not doing a lot of talking at the moment, just because I'm trying to look for some trucks, something that will stand out as not too generic. I want to add the brake van somewhere. Maybe the brake van could be there. That siding should be more than long enough for the train to go. I guess we could maybe put, would be maybe better if it was in the LNER. Well, I just said LNER. No, even the LNER version still says GER on it, which is weird. But sure, you can have a luggage van as part of the train. Ringo Starr made a guest star appearance with Thomas and Friends 2026 special. What character do you think he should voice? I've heard people say that he's a good Edward voice. Mind you, it'd mean the Edward's future appearances would be tied to whether or not they can get Ringo if they have him voice Edward, or they just get an impersonator. Parkinson. We could have that. Of War Department van. Can we see Horrid Henry in the Railway Series style? I don't want to spoil much, but I'm thinking if people want to see it, I was thinking maybe doing a series of videos in the future, where I basically do draw Thomas in different art styles. So probably each video would have an overarching theme, like styles of like in Nickelodeon art styles, or it's like SpongeBob and Fairly Odd Parents and stuff like that, and then maybe one in Cartoon Network styles, or it's like Thomas in the Powerpuff Girls style, or Thomas in the Adventure Time style, or something like that, and maybe stuff like Thomas in Disney styles, or Thomas in like British cartoon styles, and it could be like Thomas in the Wallace and Gromit style, and Thomas in the Horrid Henry style, and stuff like that. Would Redrawing Thomas and Friends parodies be next? But that's probably one that I will do. It'd be interesting to draw what was the Thomas parody from Pickle and Peanut? That was not a show I ever watched, but I know they did do a Thomas parody. And I just need one more truck to... Actually, no, we need 0 more, because I forgot I just added the hopper. If I just type hopper on the tablet, it picked up the P's as O's, so it just became the Hua car. Right, I might fill this up with just a few generic trucks that aren't going to make up part of the consist. Is the consist the same as Flying Scotsman's, or is it different? No, it's all this Mallard's consist is all going to be trucks rather than coaches. I don't think I need to fill up all of them. I'll fill up some and maybe add some generic vans as well, just to make the yard feel a bit more full. Well, it's occurred to me that the shunting yard is probably supposed to be this bit, and this bit is probably more for, well, for engines and like maybe coaches. But hey ho, I've made my bed and now I must lie in it, I guess. I might try and add some background trains. Maybe I can add an N2 here or something. And like maybe have it pull out of the yard with a couple of coaches or something. My rename service to N2, and do that, and I should be able to take it somewhere. Maybe up here. Harrogate, is that what it? Yeah, Harrogate. Hopefully it'll let me do this. It's annoying that you can't search for destinations. You just have to scroll down. Okay, that's good. So this is our scenario, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the one I want is Scottish 3D clear, because a lot of the skies for certain routes, including this one, regardless of if it's clear or cloudy or what, the sky just comes up as grey. I don't know why, but if you choose a 3D sky, I don't really know what the difference is supposed to be, but it shows up as blue like it should, which is what we like to see. I might have an engine depart from the station as well. Maybe an A3. That's the tender. We want the actual engine first. No, not an A4, or an A3. A3. No, pre-war. They are pretty poly. I need a tinder. Nice if you were the right way round. That's what we in the trade would call a fine thing. What do I think about Engines of 8? It's meant to be a knockoff / parody of Thomas with a bit of a darker tone. I've seen some Engines of 8 stuff. It's kind of an interesting sort of an alternate universe, maybe where copyright laws weren't quite as enforced. It is sometimes a bit unclear whether Engines of 8 is meant to be a British show or an American show. Or neither, I don't know. I've scrolled too far, I think. Well. Let's get going somewhere along ye old line. Where's the next station? Is that a station? This is Tollerton Up Portal. I don't know if it's a station. Maybe bring it into Thirsk Siding 2, perhaps. Well, and then maybe we could just dot a few static engines and rolling stock around. If I can find anywhere to put them, maybe plonk an engine here. Maybe we could have a green A4, like a LNER green A4, because I do like the green. I do like the A4s in apple green. Would be nice to see one of the preserved ones don that livery, but then I suppose none of the preserved A4s are old enough to have been painted in that livery at the time. Which one's that? Woodcock. There's a cock and he's got wood. No, not BR green. No, not black. No. No, not blue. Green. I promise we will get started soon. I still need to make an order, switch around the order of the trucks and take pictures in the consist editor, and then put the what's it together in Photoshop, and then we'll be ready to start shunting. Maybe I could just plonk an engine here. Have it pretending to do something. Did I? Hang on, STD. Yeah. Would have a LNER black. Although it would have been nice to have a lined black version. I do quite like LNER lined black. It's a bit of a shame that we never found that it's not been included. Yeah, it's just plonk some CCTs in the siding. And that'll probably do us. Maybe add just add a brake van here or something. And with that, I can quit and take pictures of the necessary trucks in the consist editor. To have an LNR J36, not in Train Simulator Classic. Ought to get some more. Ought to get some more LNR engines from Caledonia Works, and I guess more engines in general from Caledonia Works. Right, so I want a photo of Black Park. Conflat. Oops. Cattle van. Luggage van, aka LC. Yes, with even the LNER version. When did that get turned off? How long have I not been speaking? Because I just checked the mic/aux and it was off. But yeah, we've sorted out the train. So I will go for the quickest of toilet breaks, and I will see you very soon. There you are, I'm back. Also, I don't know if the mic was off when I talked about the name of mentioned about the name of D261 and how Bowler wasn't like, sounds like it should have been an official name given to him in like a magazine or something, but it actually wasn't official at all. As I was saying, it sounds like something along the same lines as a nickname like Spam Can or Old Stuck Up. So I suppose I do kind of agree that it's a bit surprising that it was never used in any official capacity. Yeah, with that, I think we can begin. One thing is that I did neglect to actually set the time to the morning, so it'll be set at 12. This session will be set at 12 o'clock, and possibly, given that it's such an old route, I imagine it'll be quite overexposed. I mean, the ground is very white. So there's the N2 setting off with a few coaches, and there's Pretty Polly setting off. But we're not joining them on their passenger carrying escapades because we need to shunt some trucks. So once again, I shall give Mallard a shunting head code, which I think is a red light on that side and a white light on this side, I think. And like with the Flying Scotsman's consist, we shall probably start, like, use the brake van as a starting point and have the use the brake van as a starting point and just work backwards. So hang on, it would help if I did that, which means you haven't seen the other engine set off. Well, I apologise. Here's the N2. And here is, if I can still get to it, here we are. Here's Pretty Polly. Well, that was fun. And but Mallard's Mallard's been a bit naughty, and he has to shunt some trucks to prove that he's a useful engine again. So like I said, we're going to start with the brake van over here and work backwards, like what we did with Flying Scotsman. So after the brake van is the luggage van, which is, well, annoyingly it's behind a bunch of other stuff. But what I'll do is shunt these trucks here onto this siding. Oh, that's annoying. I put that truck there, so I'm probably going to have to pick those trucks up, pick that truck up, and then go back down and then shunt them all into here. That sounds good, I think. So yeah, once again, I'm going to set it to simple mode. And I know that Mallard behaves a bit differently to Flying Scots. You need to like press them alongside the brake reverser and regulator. You have to press some other buttons to get him moving. I say with Mallard, it's with all the Caledonia Works A4s, I think. Right, I think we can afford to stop him there, assuming he does stop. And I'll set the points to pick up these trucks here and that truck there, so we can shunt them out of the way onto this siding here. Oh, let's hope he stops in time. Well, I think it's... Well, if anything, I'll stop too early. Come on. Well, what's going on? Oh no, it's not frozen. For some reason I thought the screen had frozen for a second, but no, I think we're all right. I hope everyone can see what's happening right now. Mallard, I don't think he's too pleased at the shunting she's probably doing, yeah. Can't imagine that either Flying Scotsman or Mallard are particularly thrilled to be shunting. I think the challenge would be doing banking on the Licky incline with a Sterling single or some other weak engine. Yeah, perhaps. I don't know if there... Does Train Simulator Classic have a Licky incline route? It's possible that there is one, but I'm not super familiar with it if there is. What's going on with his wheels there? I don't know if you can see that, but the front wheels look very skew whiff. That's another thing where I have to save and come back in again. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. What about your question from earlier? What did you ask? What was the question from earlier? Because I don't think I saw it. Couple that up. And couple that up as well. And we can plonk these trucks here, they won't be in the way. And we can pick up the luggage van. Well, actually, we need to move the cattle van into a different siding. Probably this one here. Was the Thomas the Tank Engine Lost Bootleg Beta Tape.exe.avi story posted on SIF meant to be a satire on lost episode creepypastas? Yeah, I'm surprised anyone remembers that. Yeah, that was yeah, a bit of a strange one. I just thought I'd like make a weird lost episode parody type thing where it's meant to be a scrapped version of Super Rescue that never saw the light of day, but then it ends up D199 was possessed by Mr. Blobby or something like that. It was a long time since I read it, and since I wrote it. It's been a long time since I read it as well, because I haven't been on Soda Island forums in a long time. What? For crying out loud! That was like a cat seeing a cucumber. It just flew in, just launched into the air. And annoyingly, I don't think I made any save points. So we've got to do all that shunting again, I'm afraid. Where is it? Yeah, I didn't make a save point. I apologise profusely, but we will have to start from the beginning. On the plus side, we get to see the J50, not the J50, the N2 leave with its short passenger train and pretty Polly as well. Oh, yeah, forgot to switch it to simple controls. Mallard, you idiot! Pretty much. He's not the sharpest tool in the engine shed. Nothing was set right the first time, actually. So yeah, I want to... So I want to set the... Well, I'll set the points to pick up these trucks. I suppose I could also pick up the cat. Actually, no, because then it'd be between two. It'd be between a bunch of trucks we're not interested in. So I think it's best to leave the cattle van where it is right now. I'll make sure we're actually going slow enough this time, but also not. We don't want to stop. Oh. Oh, Mallard, you idiot! You reversed into the van! Well, I'll make sure... Yeah. It's all set correctly, I think. Or is it? No, because I still need to change that to pick up this truck. Mallard and Hammond kind of rhyme too. Yeah, sort of. Wonder if I should use some hand brakes in doing this. Well, that's them coupled. put them on the... In fact, I'll make a save. So if I screw up again, I won't have to restart from the beginning. You hate the Airtel Bluebell, the prototype was much better. Yeah, it would have been nice if the production model looked a bit more like the prototype. Well, I guess they probably just didn't have the money to make a new model. Or something. Whether they didn't realise that until after they made the prototype, or they just deliberately made the prototype better to make it look more appealing, I'm not sure. Right. Let's switch this. I'm sure to save before moving Mallard again. I've made a new save. I can afford to speed up a little bit, which could be famous last words, but we shall have to see. Mallard, Spencer's brother, and Gordon, Fly Scotsman, Ryan, and Green Arrow's cousin. Yeah. Oh, what? How has it done it again? Well, luckily we saved. So, we can just get straight into it. Oh, I pressed the wrong button, didn't I? I think I pressed start instead of resume. Yeah, right, so let me quickly sort that out. There we are. Just got the 2026 Oliver and Toad, and honestly, you think it's good. Yeah, for the most part, the diecast stuff's been pretty good. Definitely the best it's been since, well, in over 10 years, I'd have said. I'd say out of the ones I have, I think probably the biggest letdown is the fact that Gordon is shorter than Henry, and also just has a massive boiler. Right, I'm gonna... Well, it didn't derail, so we could... that could have helped us. Well, that's why, because the points are set wrong. 2026 duck has big nose syndrome. Yeah, I don't know what they were. I don't know what they were thinking when they made Duck's new face. It was a bit weird. I hope that it'll look better on the toy, like how the like how the Nia toys, the on the box art, it looks Nia's face looks horrible, but on the actual toys, it looks all right. Right, I'll save, and I'll make sure I'll just shunt the cattle van into this siding here. And when you think about it, cattle vans are technically passenger coaches because they're transporting living things. In my opinion, should Mallard be male or female? I think due to force of habit, I call Mallard a he. But I suppose the name Mallard isn't specifically masculine or feminine, so I guess Mallard could perhaps go by any pronouns. In fact, I wonder if maybe all the engines go by any pronouns, because obviously, well, I say obviously, I'm sure there's some people who won't know, but in some supplementary ordering material, both Thomas and Scarloey have been referred to as she, although not in the context of being a character. Well, then that also, if anyone remembers the sort of press releases and presentations in the lead up to Big World, Big Adventures, you might remember how some marketing people at Mattel were talking about the revamped Steam team, and saying that we now have an equal gender balance in the Steam team because we have 3 boys, 3 girls, and Thomas. And it's like, so Thomas isn't a boy then. He's not a boy or a girl. He's could be non-binary or gender fluid. I'll make another save here. Mallard hates cows, yes. Quite possibly. I think once I realised that the points were set wrong, it became the cattle van became a bit more manageable. Not too fast, not too fast. Of course, that happened. Is that close enough? Nope. It is now. Oh. And yeah, the brake van's over there, which means I've got to go all the way down here and switch to this track and then reverse all the way down here, which I'm going to have to do with every truck, which yeah, maybe I should have planned this out a bit better, but hey ho. Change the Le Point. Maybe that should have just been a train on its own. Mallard and Elsie. So when Sir Handel called the coaches cattle trucks, he still called them coaches. And I suppose so. And speaking of Sir Handel, I now have a backman Sir Handel. Because it was my birthday recently, so that was a birthday present from my dad, who went to Trains and Bricks specifically to get it, because he has for some reason he has issues ordering from Tootley Thomas. Like they won't accept his card information or something. So, and Tootley Thomas was selling it at a lower price than everywhere else. So I just thought I might as well go there in person and pick it up, because it's not too far away. I'm going to pull out a little bit, actually, because I don't want the brake ban to be phasing through the buffers. But yeah, technically that's the second 009 Sir Handel I've owned, because I back in 2008 I actually, well, again, this was my dad commissioning if anyone remembers Henry Blue, the old Thomas 00 gauge modeler from the mid to late 2000s. At one point he started doing commissions for 009 Scarlowy railway engines, and I remember at the time I was really interested in the idea of 009, because ready to run stuff in 009 just didn't exist back then. And I was thinking, well, I've got N gauge track and I've got 00 gauge trains, so 009 seems like a logical step. And so I got my dad to commission a Sir Handel from Henry Blue. That's nice. What do I think of the backman Sir Handel? I think it looks really good. I haven't ran it yet. I probably will run it soon. I already have Peter Sam, and I thought that was I was pretty impressed with that. I like how it's like pretty much entirely made of metal. I do like that in a model train. We'll say that maybe it's isn't maybe not the Peter Sam is maybe not the best at the slow speeds on my Gauge Master controller. I think it's one of those things where it's not entirely happy unless he's running at about 35 to 40%, which isn't bad by any means, but it's just something to be mindful of. But yeah, somewhere I still have my old Henry Blue Sir Handel. I'm not sure where it is, but there does exist a photo of it online, not taken by me, but taken by Henry Blue. I think the photo, I think it is somewhere online. It shows his Sir Handel model with a capsule play rail Rheneas face, I remember at the time I said, "Oh, I wanted to have an actual Sir Handle face." So I think when it uh, arrived, it had an Ertl Sir Handle face. I've gone on the wrong line. See, have I gone on? No, I think actually, no, I'm on the right line. I'm pretty certain. Yeah. You loved the Spider-Man 2 video. You watched the movie just a couple of days before the video. If I ever did a movie-based video like that in the future, maybe consider adding a spoiler warning. Yeah, so I suppose I was thinking it was Spider-Man 2 is like over 20 years old at this point. So I was thinking, does it need a spoiler warning? I suppose it's maybe worth doing something like that anyway, just to be on the safe side. So what comes after the luggage van? Oops, that's wrong. Oh, that's convenient. The cattle van. Well, I'll save again. Hallelujah, I'll save again. You know, a lot of Class 40s were named after various ocean liners, so you think a nickname for them should be liners. Yeah, that's a possibility. I know that the Class 40s are sometimes called whistlers. I'm not sure, not entirely sure why. I don't know. Were they one of the types of engine fitted with air whistles? Like I think the 08s were originally. It's interesting because in a lot of early Thomas merchandise and tie-in media, they'd say that Gordon was based on a liner 462 Pacific, when it was clearly a case of somebody seeing LNER and misreading it. You've heard of Henry Blue, but you don't think you've seen their videos before. I think some of them are archived. The ones I remember are the one with 16. Was it 16's Disaster? Or is that one? Oh no, 16's Disaster is a different one. What's the Henry Blue 16 video? I can't remember. If I search Henry Blue 16, no, that's not. Arse over Cab, that was it. And there was Peter Sam's Pollution, which is the one I think that was the first time I ever saw any 009 Thomas Customs was in that video, and just it was either that or Top Kazfat's videos where he mounted the Bandai Tex toys onto N-Gauge chassis to make them 009. Although Bandai Tex I've always thought was way too big to be 009. I understand that not all narrow gauge engines are the same size, but to me, 009 always seemed way too, or Bandai Tech's always, especially after getting like the band, because I own the Bandai Tech's Skarloey and Rheneas, and it's like that would never pass off as 009, at least not nowadays, where ready to run, true to, well, much more true to scale 009 stuff exists. The 16 and Walter don't have to be the same engine. Yeah, when I made my version of Walter, I didn't intend on him being the same engine as 16. As far as I'm concerned, they are separate. I know that I think the whole Walter and 16 are the same engine. I think, doesn't that come from Wild Nor'Westers series? Obviously, his version of the austerity engine isn't called Walter. It was called Sheffield. Oh dear. Oh. I'm going to do that whole journey up to the set of points again, I think. Where are we? There. I don't know if anyone's keeping track of how many times I've crashed. And poor Elsie got squished. Yeah, it is true. It's a bit of a shame. Not a great way to die. I guess you notice how the spiteful brake van feels now. And what do I think of Smash Mouth? No, I haven't listened to a lot of their stuff. It probably sound like a heathen or a philistine by saying this, but to be honest, I just mainly know them from All Star and their version of I'm a Believer. I should do videos with Day of the Diesels and Journey Beyond Sodor in the Railway series style. Well, I will do their characters at some point. But I will do Belle Flynn and Den and Dart and Frankie and Hurricane and the other ones, Lexi, Theo, and Merlin. I think some of them will be easier to adapt than others. Oh, that should be what all A4 chime whistles sound like. Music to my ears. That's fair. What music do I listen to? I listen to a mixture of a lot of different music, which again is perhaps a way of saying that I'm not very cultured, but I have a Tidal playlist of songs that I update if I hear a song that I think sounds quite nice. So there's a bit of as a kid, one of my favourite music acts was a band called Gomez, who I think were relatively popular, sort of mainly at their peak in the late 90s. And it's interesting because they were a band based in Sheffield, but they have there's a little bit of like a classic American rock, like a lot of, or classic blues and like Americana vibe in their songs, which you might not expect from a band that's based in Sheffield. But there's a lot of songs on my Tidal playlist from lots of different musicians. There's a bit of the House Crew, a bit of Sydney Gish, Lunatic Calm, there's a bit of Jamiroquai in there, and and other musicians. Obviously, I can't play any of the songs because the YouTube police will come and go and hunt me down, I think. Oh no, not again. I think I was sort of that was sort of my fault because I was kind of looking at the chats and deciding at the same time, and probably not going slow enough. So that's understandable. What do I think of Roald Dahl's books? I like some of the Roald Dahl books. I quite liked the Twits when I was a kid. That was one of my favourites. I quite liked. I mean, I can't remember if I ever read the book Matilda, but I watched the film a lot. That was one of my favourites as a kid. And I'm trying to think what other ones I read by Roald Dahl. I think George's Marvelous Medicine was another one, and I guess Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Again, I think that was one where I was more familiar with the films than with the book. Although I think I've watched the Gene Wilder version and the Johnny Depp version. Although one that I haven't watched, one Willy Wonka adaptation I haven't watched is the Tom and Jerry version, which I've not heard good things about. You love Sydney Gish. That's good. I do need to listen to more Sydney Gish songs. I think I've only got one song on the playlist at the moment. For a second, I thought this tender was freaking out, but I think it was just the shadow. Okay, we're safe. We survived. 2 down, 6 to go, I think. So next is the Parkinson's truck. Oh, he's lost his head code again. Hang on. Well, I guess, do you lose the head code if you resume a saved game? Does it not remember the head codes? And do I have a favourite music artist and band? Again, a lot of the time when I often struggle with picking a favourite of something because I go through different phases of having different favourite artists and stuff. But I do like I said, I've always liked Gomez's songs, especially their first two albums. I think their later stuff wasn't quite as good, to be honest. And some of Ben Otwell's solo stuff I quite like. He was the one of the lead singers of Gomez. He had a very distinct voice. And Elsie, I don't want to go with this giant blue bird. He's going to squish me like a grape. Well, luckily, she's not been squished yet. She's still perfectly intact on the siding. Right, I need to make sure I'm approaching this slowly enough. Since Elsie's here and since she's a cryptid, will I draw her at some point? Yeah, perhaps. Maybe I could do a whole video on Toby's vintage train. Have have Elsie and the Quarryman's coach. Maybe Victoria as well, even if she has like appeared in illustrations and spoken. Actually, I wonder if I could, because what's after the Parkinson's? It's the War Department van, which is no, it's not that one. Where is the other War Department vans there? No, I'll just keep doing one at a time at the moment. Maybe the next one I could pick up two and then put them both on the train. So the Conflat and the War Department van. Did a practice run for your shunting challenge, but the 57XX has bad water capacity and almost ran out of water midway into shunting. Yeah, I think you can. I think, if I remember correctly, you can turn off or turn off the ability for engines to run out of water. I think if you enable, I want to say if you enable automatic fireman, it'll do that. I think. I'm sure there is a way of avoiding the whole running out of water thing. But I could be mistaken. I might be getting it mixed up with a different game or something. How about pairing Elsie and the Quarryman's coach up with an Old King Cole in the video? Oh yeah, I forgot about Old King Cole. Yeah, I could certainly do something with him. Maybe there's story potential. I find that using the reverser and regulator to slow down is it's probably not ideal in real life, but I find it to be slightly more effective because it means the train doesn't have to come to a complete stop. Oh, the other way. And again, I might move the whole thing slightly forward just so it's not completely just so it's not touching the buffers, so there is a bit of wriggle room. Yeah, maybe I could do one on the Arlesborough trucks as well, like Ulp and Fred Pelham. I still wonder whether or not we'll be seeing them in the reboot, given the whole given the what seems to be the current thing of engines versus trucks in the new series. Honestly, Train Simulator Classic is pretty tedious. You may just make the shunting challenge video using trains. I suppose, but I suppose the one thing with trains is that there's less of a risk versus reward thing because you can't really derail in trains. Whereas in streams like this, I feel like as annoying as it is to derail, it's also part of the fun in a way. Right, so I'll pick up the conflict and the war department van and then take them to the brake van. You can still crash in trains if I run to a piece of rolling stock too fast or hit the end of the track. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Although I think you have to be going pretty damn fast to be able to derail by running into another piece of rolling stock. It's not quite the same as in this game, where if you hit a truck slightly wrong, you'll just catapult into the air. And again, I do wish that Wonders of Thodor could introduce either a a like custom like a story editor uh, where you could like make your own you could like maybe make your own stories with like simple cutscenes. Obviously, they couldn't be voiced, but you could just like put it together, and or just introduced a quick save option. Because I think not having a quick save really does is its absence is felt. Let's say that. Um, and if they did introduce a quick save option, then you could do custom shunting challenges in Wonders of Sodor. Like I'd love to do. I think it would be fun to do a Gordon shunting challenge in Wonders of Sodor. But without a quick save feature, or really any sort of save feature in the free roam mode, you can't really do it, because even if you managed to like arrange a train, or like put together a shunting challenge in the free roam mode, you um if you screwed up once, then that was it. You have to set it up all over again. Yeah, maybe they'll introduce something or announce something in the direct, the Dovetail Direct that's coming out later this month. They keep advertising in the loading screens of this game. Let's take these over. If I took the brakes off. Well, if you hit a switch that's aligned wrong, so you can still crash in trains in the same way as you can crash in this game. Yeah, I suppose. Although again, it's weird in trains, because sometimes it just it'll just sometimes points being set wrong won't derail you. Like it'll just like snap you onto the right line, but then other times it does. I'm not entirely sure what the parameters are for derailing versus not derailing. And also something that I've said this before, but one thing that really gets on my nerves in trains is the fact that points, if you if you're too close to a set of points or approaching them too quickly, then the points get locked and you can't switch them. I know I've moaned about this before, but I've never understood it, because because it feels like something that would only make sense in like a hardcore by the rules train simulator, but that's not what Trains is. It's a sandbox game. And I don't know. There doesn't seem to be a way to turn it off. I wonder if Duck's Branch has its own luggage van. Possibly. I wonder if the Great Western Railway had luggage vans. Well, they did have luggage vans of some sort, I think, although they were more, I guess, more like coaches. make a save here. Mallard's probably saying, express engines don't shunt, it's improper. Yeah, quite possibly. I would say I think Mallard has been slightly better at shunting than Flying Scotsman. And mind you, I think we have derailed, if not more often, and at least proportionally more often compared to how long this session's been running. So, what are the next ones? So it's the Black Coal. Is that Black Coal? Black Park. Black Park, the drop side van, and the hopper. Let's have a look. I'm thinking if I move the drop side van onto another siding, then I can collect the hopper and then the drop side van, then the Black Park truck, and then take them all to this siding. Another engine passes by. Haha, look at the bird shunting. Oh, what a joke. Yeah, quite possibly. Well, possibly not Pretty Polly, since that engine appears to be named after a parrot, although, if I remember right, it's actually named after a racehorse. Maybe the racehorse is named after a parrot, I'm not sure. Points don't lock in the older Trains games. Yeah, that's true. I wasn't sure what version you were using. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Come back. think we... Oh, no. Come on. Don't be shy. There. And I want to uncouple it from the hopper. And move it probably onto this line. And fun fact, Blair had an A4 locomotive on one of their albums. Oh yeah, Modern Life is Rubbish, I think is their... I think that was the one that had an A4 on it. Was it... which A4 was it? I'm trying to remember. It was... Oh, brilliant. Give me a tiny picture. Number 2. Oh, it was Mallard in post-war guise, but before British Rail. So it was when it had the number 22, which was only for a short time. I can't believe you're watching A4 Shunt. Just imagine Spencer's face if he saw his brother shunting. And you say, "Don't worry, brother, I'll rescue you from the misery right now." Yeah, I mean, the plus side is that there's only 3 more trucks to go, and currently my plan is to basically put them all together so that I can put them all on the train at once. So I don't have to make 3 separate trips. Mallard's whistle in this game sounds like Vinny's whistle. I can't remember what Vinny's whistle sounded like in the Great Race. I think don't think I've watched the Great Race since it came out, pretty much. Shunter's probably in the sheds, happy to have a rest, and have Mallard do the shunting for them. Quite possibly. Although he's not in these sheds. The only thing in here is just a bunch of trucks. I mentioned this in an earlier stream, and you find it funny that Vinny has a New York accent, was based on an engine from Canada. It is a bit strange. Since, if I remember correctly, we haven't had any Thomas characters who are explicitly Canadian, which I think would have been cool. Let me make a save here, just in case I screw up. And slow down a little bit. There we are. So they're coupled. Now I just need to couple up to the black park truck, and then we'll be ready to. Then we can shunt the train together, and we can escape the yard. Make another save. If they made Vinny explicitly Canadian, it would certainly kick the happy stereotype Canadians are known for upside down. Yeah, it would have been something a bit different outside of the usual stereotypes. Going on the wrong line. Go on. Not messing about. And with that, now I'll have to couple these three together. Might slow down a little bit as I approach, so no derailment occurs. Well, the coupling up there was a bit violent. Let's shunt these onto the train. I want to make sure I'm careful with this. Because the last thing we want is another crash. Well, I say that. The last thing I want is another crash. Maybe everyone at home wants nothing more than to see me suffer some more, but I'm going to try and avoid it. So, I think we are about ready to hit the bricks. I think this is going to take us onto the main line. Yeah. So I'll depart, and now we can change our head code. So let me quickly check the head codes. There. And check the head codes guide just so I know what I'm doing. Let's just say express freight without continuous brakes. So that's one at the top. And one, nope. Oh. We don't derail coming out of the yard. You're thinking of ideas for a Soda Fallout Type 80, but then you thought someone would get you killed if you said them, so you won't. Now, I will say that well, here's another A4 in a siding. Oh dear, am I on the... Is this the main line? This is looking worryingly... Yeah, this is just leading to another siding again. Can I stop and back up before crashing, I wonder? I was going to say I'll admit I don't care that much for Soda Fallout. I think a lot of it is just down to the fact that, like, call me, maybe I'm just, again, maybe this is just me being a bit of a Philistine, but I don't like to watch stuff about nuclear war, even if it is fictional. Like, I've never watched Threads. I've never watched When the Wind Blows. I think I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but I think I would. I think at least When the Wind Blows, I think I'd get some value out of watching that. I think Threads, I've heard. The problem is, I've heard people just say that if the after they watch Threads, they just end up spending like weeks afterwards just feeling like absolute crap after watching it. And frankly, I think life's too short for stuff like that. There's enough going on in the world for me to feel like crap about anyway. But each to their own. Other people have different ideas on what they want to watch, and I can't with a straight face tell you what you should and shouldn't enjoy. Right. So that's not actually a diamond point, that's just a cross, like a crossroads. So we don't have to worry about that too much. Right. I think, have we passed the set of points yet? No, we're about to. No, it'd help if you stopped now after the points, or stopped in front of the points, rather. Is it going to let me change them? Well, it might help if I press the right button. Right, I think we can start properly this time. And so I don't know how long I'll drive for, because I probably won't be doing the entire route from York to Newcastle, but we'll head along the line for as long as we can before we crash. or anything like that. Well, Woodcock says, sucks to be you, Mallard. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I don't think Mallard is... I think Mallard was already not very happy about having to pull trucks. I think he's even less... what? That's not on. That's not very nice, Chief. Not very nice. When did I last save? Because ideally, I don't really want to be doing any more shunting. Right, well, all we have to do is back down onto the rest of the train. I might go into the map view and actually make sure we're not destined for a... and make sure we're not cruising for a bruising this time. Just as I said that, I derailed. Yeah, that is... yeah, that is pretty much what we... what we call a bit of unfortunate timing. If we stop. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh. Well, third time would better be the charm, frankly. Oh, press the wrong button again. Well, you don't like Soda Fallout, the creator was a weirdo. Yeah, I did hear, well, I heard something about the creator not being a great person. I mean, I was sort of a bit out of the loop with regards to what they did. I'll slowly coast down here this time. Well, not that slowly. Right. Just dead, it's just you. Hopefully things will pick up again once we start moving. That's the plan. Well, I don't know about the plan, but it's hope. Right. There we are. Now, right, now I'm going to actually set the route, make sure we don't derail. Well, I think that should lead us to where we need to be. I'll quickly check. Yeah, I think so. I don't think we should be crashing again. But just on the off chance, I'll make another save. And we can set off. And just come back from dinner as the train almost ready. Yeah, we're just setting off now. We had a bit of a false start earlier. Well, we ended up getting diverted into a siding, and I managed to save myself, but then I derailed on a point that was set wrong. We can lower the reverser a bit. Well, I'll try not to go too fast over these points, so I might coast a little bit while we're just going through here and then speed up again. I think we can speed up again. If I make a stream highlights video of this stream, I think I should add the fart reverb sound effect whenever a Scotsman or Mallard bumps into a wagon or coach and everything around them derails. Yeah, I'll probably do something like that if I do a stream highlights video. I think if I do more stream highlights videos, I'll probably try and edit them a bit more tightly and not feature absolutely everything. So they'll be a bit more compact, more like, because currently the stream highlights videos, well, the two I've done go for over an hour each. And I think I can probably afford to make them a lot shorter. And I can. So if I do more, I'll probably try and aim to make them maybe more like half an hour each, or something like that. Something a bit more digestible, so people don't look at the running time and get put off. I mean, there's Woodcock laughing at Mallard's misfortune. Yeah, pretty much. Although Mallard has recovered now, which is good. And Claude Hamilton's in real life did pull freight, actually. No, I wasn't. Didn't think they did. For some reason, I thought they were just passenger engines. I guess maybe they would have been demoted to sort of intermediate mixed traffic duties after they were displaced by larger engines, perhaps. A good strain, a good strain, a good strain. The shame of it, the shame of it, oh, the shame of it. Where's this taking us? I think that's just a loop, just a passing loop or something. I don't think we need to worry about that. And they're still on the rails. Did I forget they had... Oh yeah, because it doesn't remember the head codes when you save. So it was that and that, I think. Why is it red? Oh. Only the 9Fs would sometimes pull passenger trains. Do we ever see Murdoch pull passenger trains in the show? I think it would be a nice look, but not sure if we ever did see it. Even in like B-roll footage. I can afford to lower the reverser a bit more. Maybe we can get Mallard to go 126 miles an hour. So I think I said this in the Osterloco stream. I remember when I was little, we went on a plane to Menorca in is it the Balearic Islands? Something like that. Yeah, the Balearic Islands. I think that's how you say it. I remember when we were on the plane, my dad was telling me, "Oh, did you know we were going about 500 miles an hour now?" And I said, that's pretty fast, but it's not as fast as Mallard." Because in my head, Mallard was just the fastest thing of all time. Because it's just as the song goes. Blue streak speeds by, Mallard the engine, too fast for the naked eye. Mallard the engine, Mallard, he can really move. Mallard, he's got an attitude. Mallard, he's the fastest train alive. I'm the fastest engine in the world and I'm pulling goods. It's all over for my fame. Pretty much. Or maybe he's going, now this is how you pull trucks. There's a view from the brake van. I think Murdoch pulled passengers in best dressed engine. Ah. I often forgot Murdoch was even in that episode. Can't remember if he spoke in it or anything. The goated Sonic Sat AM reference. Yeah, I think I preferred Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I think Sat AM probably had the better theme song. It would have been interesting because, if I remember correctly, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog originally wasn't going to be a thing, and the reason it exists is because when Deke Productions pitched Sat AM, here's another engine in the sidings. Yeah, when Deke Productions pitched Sat AM to ABC television, they really liked it and wanted exclusive broadcasting rights to it, which annoyed Deke because they wanted to have a Sonic show that they could syndicate for weekday afternoons. And so instead of trying to talk ABC out of it, they just decided to make another Sonic cartoon. And that's the reason why Sat AM is kind of like darker and edgier, because it would have been more light-hearted and game accurate, but a lot of those elements got put into Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog instead. And I do think it would have been interesting to see if how Sonic Sat AM would have been had it not been for the split, and had it been sort of a bit more light-hearted and reference the games a bit more and stuff like that. If Papyrus, the fastest L in the RA3, was a character, you'd make them arrogant and a conceited arsehole rather than a generic nice guy. You'd annoy Gordon and Flying Scotsman. Yeah, it's good to have engines that have a bit of bite to them and they're not just nice goody two-shoesers all the time. Murdoch did speak in Best Dressed Engine, even participated in the Best Dressed competition. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched the episode. I think it's one of the episodes that I don't probably maybe not one of the most standout episodes of season 7. To be honest, the bit that I always remember about Best Dressed Engine is where they just randomly include footage of Thomas from season 1, and it's as jarring as it sounds, frankly. I remember seeing the episode on Nick Jr. back in like 2003, 2004, whenever it was, and even as a kid thinking that's from season 1. What's that doing there? I think we are climbing slightly. Hopefully we go downhill at some point. Surely Mallard can go a bit faster than this. Maybe if I increase the torque slightly, it'll help. I think it's a little bit. Well, the grad is probably amazing. It's being pulled by Mallard. And possibly. Wilbert's also a generic nice guy with no flaws or issues, just simply a perfect forest engine. Yeah, I suppose when it comes to having visiting engines who are real-life preserved engines, it kind of makes sense for them to like not be particularly flawed characters, and have them be, well, in a way, well, they sort of treat them with respect, because if they're like antagonistic and stuff, I guess I guess if they had Wilbert be an antagonistic engine, then maybe kids wouldn't want to go and see him in real life. With Papyrus, because Papyrus wasn't preserved, I guess you don't have that issue. So Topham Hatt needs his crumpets. Certainly does. I don't know if they're being transported in one of the vans or trucks. Maybe the Fat Controller's personal crumpet stash is inside Elsie. No, I can go faster than this, said Mallard. Well, he is slowly creeping, slowly accelerating by the looks of things. I don't think we'll be derailing anytime soon because it's, at the moment, it's just been a completely straight line. Maybe that'll change at some point. Yeah, I do like how the A4s look, especially in the garter blue with the. I don't know if I prefer the A4s in garter blue or apple green. I guess the garter blue is more iconic and unique. I'll say the last Christmas I got a Hornby TT starter set, the one with the B4 in it. Maybe maybe at some point, if I put aside enough money, I could expand the collection of TT stuff and get a TT scale A4. Elsie, slow down, I'm falling apart. Oh. Mallard laughed and tried to go faster. Is this a detour, or is it... Well, it's just a passing loop, I think. Ah, that's where Pretty Polly ended up. If I wanted to, I could drive Pretty Polly, but still trying to see how fast Mallard can go. Well, still slowly accelerating, well, slowly but surely. You like the Garter Blue too, it's definitely unique. Yeah. Now, part of me wonders whether it would have been interesting to see more engines in Garter Blue. I think about how in the 90s Brio released a LNER tank engine that was in blue, which was presumably to go along with the Mallard toy that they already had. But would have been interesting. Maybe that would be an interesting idea. Maybe reskin just an LNER tank engine into Garter Blue. Maybe even with the red wheels, just to see how it would look next to Mallard. Yeah, because even as a kid, I always liked the look of Mallard. I always thought the shape was interesting. I wanted like every model and toy of Mallard. I remember really wanting the Brio Mallard as a kid. I remember seeing it in the seeing it in the catalogues and the pamphlets. Although I think I think it was around that time where the Brio Mallard was discontinued the first time round, and so for a long time I never saw it in the shops. But then they brought, in the mid 2000s, I think they brought it back, and I was like, oh, I better buy this, or better get this before it gets discontinued again. And so I have a Brio Mallard in my collection, and eventually I got a Brio Flying Scotsman as well, as a second-hand one. I really like the look of the Brio Mallard and Flying Scotsman. They're, in my opinion, they look much nicer than the Big Jigs ones. The road just ends here at this Tudor house, and little barn with nothing inside. If I make another stream like this, will I be racing engines? Oh yeah, that's an idea. I could pit two engines against each other. Maybe have Flying Scotsman versus Mallard versus maybe some other engines along a line like this, because it's given it's 4 tracks. Oh, I know there probably wouldn't be like seriously trying to determine a winner or who's the fastest. Probably more just a laugh than anything. It wouldn't be like the ones that LaserJet puts out. I mean, I suppose they're videos rather than live streams, but it would be nice to have a race on a route with some actual scenery, which a route like this could work quite well. Going uphill again. Can't we go downhill instead? Elsie will never be the same again. She'll need her wheels replaced. Quite possibly. I don't think she was designed to travel at speeds quite like this. And if Smokey Joe was a Thomas character, probably a reckless tank engine who always drives at full throttle. Yeah, probably. I think I said something about in a earlier stream about maybe doing a drawing video where it's just Smokey Joe going on Sodor and wreaking havoc everywhere. Maybe that's something for me to consider. Well, luckily we're not going uphill anymore, so we should be able to speed up again. Oh dear. Nope, stop. I think I'll set the reverser too high just then. Toby says, "Get back here, Mallard, and give me back Elsie." Well, unfortunately, Mallard can't hear him over all the noise he's making. Remember the animated short Play Safe that involves a giant streamlined engine everyone calls Montana? Yeah, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about the animated short Play Safe. Oh yeah, it's a. Oh yeah, I think I have seen it actually. Yeah, it's a an old 1930s cartoon. So when you said play safe, I was thinking about the British live action PSA from the 1970s, which I don't think has any trains in it. Just a bunch of children getting killed due to playing near electricity. And if I do draw Smokey Joe in the Thomas style, I should give him the most maniacal face imaginable. Yeah. Be happy will have nothing on him. And it doesn't want to go much faster than like 85 miles an hour, which is a bit of a shame. You should be able to go, at least 40 miles an hour more than this. Oster sounds similar to oyster. Well, I think it's just the German word for Easter. I suppose it's not a dissimilar word to oyster. Can't imagine the etymology is the same though. Maybe it is. Maybe there is a connection if you go far back enough. I can't claim to be an expert on language. Be happy and his twin brother painted blue. Be sad. Yeah, there was a. I think Southwood did bring out a blue bill recolor, so maybe that's Be Sad. It is still accelerating incrementally. I don't know how long we'll have to wait until we get to 100, let alone 126. Southwood also did a yellow Thomas, which people call Yogmus. Something Yogmus reminds me of. That name for some reason reminds me of Yogs, which was like a version of Muller Corner. There's like a Muller Corner type thing aimed at kids. That was a thing in like the 90s and early 2000s. There's some strange CGI animation in the adverts. Imagine Boss the Southwood engine and Billy. I think Billy would probably drive Boss insane. Boss the Southwood engine would not get along with Billy the Manning Warthog. No, I don't think he would. I'm honestly not sure if we're still going uphill or downhill. No, it's not giving anything away, I don't think. The B in be happy is the word for a female dog. Possibly. Maybe if Southwood was its own show or something, maybe they could have a running gag where the B stands for something different in every episode or something. My drawing of be happy looks maniacal. That's pretty much the plan. Is plans to give him a creepy grin to try and accentuate the fact that his positivity isn't genuine. It's not It's not coming from a place of good intentions necessarily. Oh, crikey. Oh, that's disappointing. It derailed. We don't even get to see it derail. Oh well, I think we probably if we actually did wait for Mallard to reach 126 miles an hour, I think we'd probably have to wait all night, and it'd probably be tomorrow. Well, I guess it already is tomorrow technically, but we'd probably be probably the sun would be up by the time we got there. So I'm probably going to leave it there for tonight. So I hope that everyone has enjoyed themselves. And the boss says, "Obey orders and shunt these trucks." The other Southwood engines say, "You're not the boss. The controller is." And the derailment certainly was underwhelming. Maybe we should just do a celebratory Smokey Joe crash. What can I start? I think I could do just a Smokey Joe, a Smokey Joe crash, just to relieve the disappointment of how bad that previous crash was, and then I'll call it a night. Try not to try not to crash too early. maybe my take on the yellow Southwood Thomas would be that he's boss's brother, who's friendly, kind, and not orderly. Possibly. Or maybe it's boss when he retires and doesn't have to worry about about working anymore. How long will it be before he comes off the track, I wonder? Oh dear, I think this will be our coming unstuck point. Well, maybe not. How fast are we going? 90. Well, now we're speeding up a bit. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Ah, he's having a nap. Well, I hope that made up for the underwhelming Mallard crash. But I'll probably, I think I'm going to call it a night there. Southwood had a commercial with Thomas was One Piece music playing. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know they had like actual TV adverts. Well, yeah, I'll call it a night there, and I'll probably bring out a stream, not a stream, a video, a drawing video, either Monday or Tuesday, depending on when I can get it done. No, I'm not going to say what it is yet, but I think it'll be something you'll find interesting. I'm ever going to do another Wonders of Sodor stream. I might do a stream on like the timetabled sessions, because I haven't done them on stream, and maybe I can maybe during that stream I can maybe see if I can find more of the missing books and Mr. Conductor hats and the whistles. Yeah, that's something I can think about later. But yeah, I'll finish this stream here. I'm probably gonna stop streaming now, and I will see you again at the start of next week for another drawing video, I think.